Sorry. Whoops. I don't even know how I jumped there. I swear I didn't press the circle button down. It's like poofing up in the front because of how I'm sitting. There we go. I walked right into it too. You gonna die? Hello? Sorry, I need to dab a little water on my eyes. god. Fucking roll punish. Damn it. I knew that was gonna happen too. The second he grabbed me and didn't let me do anything about the bag. What the fuck is the bagman even doing there? This is the first time I've ever seen a bagman in a fucking chalice like this. Where the fuck did you just... Oh, he's not... I thought he was like a red phantom enemy. Oh my god. .666. Spoopy. Some spoopy damage. find it funny, it makes the sound like a normal bell even though there's no thing inside of it. It would be fine if it just went dung, because that's all you'd hear. But it goes dung, 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 to imitate the thing swinging around on the inside. I shouldn't say imitate, that's a recording of a real bell. I wonder what church, what bell that is from. Sometimes even the bells have their own names. Like the type of bell. The shape determines the sound. And how loud it is determined by the mechanism and the striking on the inside. You strike with a harder mallet, you get a sharper pitch sound that doesn't last as long, but if you strike with a softer mallet, you get a more deep sound that lasts longer. But is also normally softer sounding. I just mean that on the individual hits as you hear it like going dung, 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 back and forth. That's why a lot of different bells all over the place sound different. Like a couple days ago, the bell that was over here was going off. And I was like, the one around here sounds more like the bells in Dark Souls. In Dark Souls 1, when someone rings the bell, that's what our local church bell sounds like. But that one sounds like it came from a much bigger bell. Either that or it was recorded really close to it with a lot of sound muffling. No. No, the fucking flails. Stop missing him. No, stop with that fucking ass combo, dude. So fast, dude. I hate your stupid foot. Yeah. Just fucking miss. How did I get hit that way? That is horseshit. God, fucking stop spamming chain attacks, you cock! That is the absolute fucking most BM bullshit. I hate that shit so much. You can't dodge it in this tiny ass arena. God dang, dude. Fuck those guys. You cock. Shotgun. I can't believe how hard the freaking blunderbuss can hit when it doesn't even... I don't even have any freaking blood tinge. But that's what I always say, scaling barely matters. Unless you have good blood gems, but if you have good blood gems, you'll do good damage anyways. Let me guess. No? Wait, what? Oh, for a second I thought I was going to be stuck in there. What the hell? Did I just block in Bloodborne and have my guard broken? Yeah, I did. Huh. I don't think I'd ever had that occur before. Because blocking is so bad in Bloodborne. Even just blocking that one attack with 40 endurance. Because this is a block attack. Because Bloodborne was going to have more of a block functionality on weapons. Wow, you want millions of fucking bullets coming to this dungeon. Jeez. Which ones were the bullets? Oh my word. Hunter. Just gonna watch, bud? He's like, that was a good fight. What the fuck is this chalice, dude? This chalice is so confusing. I've been through a lot of chalices, but I think this is the most convoluted layout I've ever seen. I wonder when I'll get the souls from that guy dying out of bounds. Because this is the third floor. There was nothing that he could land on. He's just fallen. Oh, there he goes. What the hell, man? Wait. Is he overlooking that room that I killed those 3 things in? Is that another hunter across the way, too? This place has been reduced to the depths of depravity. been raided by millions of hunters. I guess that's the only place I have left to go is... It's a cool shot. I wish I could zoom in a little bit more. I like this shot of just the two hunters. Because you can't, if you were just looking at that, like, blind, you wouldn't even be able to tell what was really going on there. Unless you had played Bloodborne. I bet you if you could somehow delete my character out of the scene and just be a walking invisible mass, or you could just see those two guys. Is that a hunter in the distance? It has to be. He's holding a torch, right? Like right above my head. Right there. Like right at the tippy top of the crown. That's a hunter, right? I know my vision has been getting bad, but I don't remember there being just random torches hanging out like that, because he's holding a torch like this. The torch is sideways. His does a million. His does like 900 damage, and mine does like 300 though. Even though I have 50 arcane. Murky. Moldy. There he is. Holy shit, he dodged through that? You fucker! Good. He's good. That thing sucks. Where is a cursed brew? I need the brew. I don't actually need it. I'll just kill him right now. Yeah. Wait, why'd I do that? What? Are you telling me? What the fuck was that? This is not like being whipped. He used an attack I've never seen in probably almost 1,000 hours of playing this game. I've never seen that fast little attack. Yes, do normal melee so I can come in. You can try and squish me and I'll avoid it every single time. Hopefully. Yo, stop putting your arms in fandangoed ass spots. There we go. It's a lot better. And you're cooked. Now, something I've always wondered, and I don't know if it's like, I mean, obviously it's not a graphical glitch, but why is that so purple? And why isn't there more of that in the game? You only find it at the end of Is Chalices. But, fun fact, this is not the end, because this is one of the chalices that actually has 4 floors, as you can see. But you only find it in Is Chalices and third floor or later boss rooms. I kind of wish they had 5 floor chalices.
Welcome. What is it? Very well. Let me...
Dang you people who keep dying in front of the thing because you don't understand how to not drain your health to 0 by putting on a fucking health draining jewel. Friggin' dingoes. Raggin' fraggin' varmint. Raggin' fraggin' varmint. The actual worst weapon in the game? People who say threaded cane is worst weapon in the game are just wrong. They're just wrong. Go and kill Amygdala as easily as I just killed him. What the hell? It canceled me out of my menu because the bloodstains reloaded. I don't care if it takes you 100 tries to replicate that. Get hit once and beat Amygdala with the Rider Plosh within a similar amount of time. Obviously, there's RNG involved in that shit, but do it within like 10 seconds of me completing it there with the threaded cane. Granted, I started out the fight with the Ludwigs, but anything I could have done with the Ludwigs, I could have done with the cane. The cane's running R2 is 700 damage, and normally if you're actually playing a boss right, you can always get a running R2 followed by a R1 and get a guaranteed 1100 damage. And because it's a serration type, it has way more limb damage than the Ludwig's does. At least it seems that way. I don't know if that's true, but it's the case with like the Saw Cleaver and stuff like that as well. The Saw Cleaver will stagger him really easily if you hit him in the head. It just doesn't have that easy vertical attack. This attack right here, if you angle your camera up slightly like that when you do it, that thing gets a ridiculously huge vertical hitbox. It's like a dude fly fishing. You get the big D loop, as they call it. Oh, freaking flowers. I wish I could zoom out the camera when I did this, because it's really hard to see due to the way that the camera kind of lags behind. But it does like the shape, the curve of a D, and then you could put a straight line in between the part where it starts and the part where it ends, and it would make a D looking letter. That is the trick to fly fishing. I know it doesn't really interest a lot of people, but if you ever wanted to know what's the trick to whenever you see people doing the fly fishing thing where they're going back and forth and they're like casting line out there, it's not just the physics behind it, it's also the way that you put the inertia into it. So fly fishing, and similarly if you had a weapon like this that exists in real life, it's all about inertia and letting the weight of the weapon pull itself around, not using force to do it. Like if the threaded cane existed in real life, for example, the way that you would have to get it to extend but not end up cutting yourself would be very hard. The game, of course, it just does the easy way, but if you actually had something like that that's on a spring-loaded mechanism with a bunch of blades in between it, that thing would be so fucking scary. But the most similar thing would be a whip. I mean, that's why it's called the threaded cane, but whips normally have like a tassel, or not a tassel, but like a thing on the end of them, which is what gives them that whoosh sound. And to give a comparison to fly fishing, you don't want that whoosh sound. That's why the threaded cane doesn't make that sound. Not like if you listen to the ones in Dark Souls, the Dark Souls 2 and 3 whips do make that whoosh sound. Because they're an actual whip that has like a thing on the end that makes a snapping noise when it flicks outwards. Granted, you could do it with this too, but that's not what that type of thing is designed for. That's why when they call the threaded cane a whip, it's not really. It's like having barbed wire in your hand and swinging with it is kind of the way to compare the threaded cane, because it's all on a spring-loaded module. So there's tension pulling the blades back together, and the act of swinging the inertia into it throws the individual linkings outwards. That's at least the thought behind it. Of course, actually having something like that would exist in real life would be probably physically impossible. But talking in the hypothetical situation that it could actually exist, that's how it would work if it did exist. Based on the mechanics that it has in the game. How your character, it automatically, like, it slinkies itself back together, basically. And that's not how a cane works. Or not, sorry, not a cane. That's not how a whip works. A whip doesn't automatically spin itself back together. That's the human that does that. It's a completely different mechanical thing. Even fly fishing is more closer to a whip, but with fly fishing, you're putting inertia into the line to make it roll out nice and smooth. You don't want your fly fishing to sound like whap, 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 like shoo. There's a specific sound it'll make when you do a fly cast wrong and you snap the line. It'll sound like you're cracking a whip, but that like a glass whip. It has like a very sharp sound because most fly tippets are made out of fluorocarbon. Due to the fact that fluorocarbon has the same refractive index as water, so in most cases when you put it in water it goes invisible. You can't see it. And that's why fly fishermen like to use it. It also doesn't have much stretch to it, which the fly fishing line and pole are supposed to have the stretch, not the leading line. Fly fishing line has very little stretch to it. The actual big thick line that people associate with the fly fishing rod. Like a fly fishing rod has the big colored line that if you look up a picture of anyone fly fishing or look up a fly fishing rig, you'll see the neon colored line. It'll either be orange, pink, which depends. For example, green is normally floating, or blue can be a sink tip, or I can't remember what other kind of tip. Again, it depends on the company, but fly lines can also vary in how they're produced. So if you could imagine a long string that's coated with a substance to make it heavier towards one end. So like if you had one end of the string would be like 1.5 millimeters smaller than the complete other end of the string. And that's how fly fishing line is designed. Most fly fishing line that you buy standard, unless you're buying a special tip for doing either like trolling or for doing open reel casting that some people do with them. Regardless, there's a type of line for everything, but most of the time if you go fly fishing, you're going to get weight forward fly line, which has most of the weight or most of the coating on the fly line is towards the front end of the line. And that's why fly reels normally have backing, the actual fly line, and then you put at the end of the fly line you put a tippet. Sometimes people will even go as far as putting a leader before the tippet if they make their own, like I do sometimes. Making your own tippet it's just taking different line and basically splicing it together through the use of very small I can't even remember what the knot is called, but it's basically when you put two clinch knots together. I think some people refer to it as it's a version of the nail knot, but it doesn't require a nail to tie it. You basically just put the strings next to each other, kind of cross them like you'd cross your shoelaces. You cross the lines, you start to wrap one line around the other, and it will kind of form a little opening where where the lines are crossing over each other. Keep that opening so you can fit the line through it, and then after you've wrapped the other line around the other line, so you've got them in the X and you're wrapping one around the other, you feed that line in through the open gap, and then do the same thing with the other side, but make sure that line comes in the opposite side of the circle. formed by the two lines crossing each other. And then you pull the tag ends out. You pull those ends out in opposite directions as you pull the line ends apart from one another. Into position, but once it's anchored into position, it basically puts both the lines together at a 90-degree angle with a knot seated on top of it. And for most lines, especially braids and stuff like that, that shit will never give up. If anything, that knot will make the line stronger. But in the case of fluorocarbon, like what I was saying for fly fishing, fluorocarbon actually gets weaker when you do that kind of a knot. So you have to use a higher pound test than you would otherwise, because you'll get about half the strength out of it when you do knots that cross themselves, due to the way that fluorocarbon is kind of like a strand of long glass. Once one portion of it gets compromised, it loses its pound test rapidly from being frayed. Whereas like braid, you can fray braid quite a lot and it will still have a lot of strength to it, because it will just fray the outside connect. You may lose like 5 to 10 pounds on 50-pound braid if the line gets frayed. On 50-pound fluorocarbon, if the line gets frayed or gets nicked, you have to replace that entire section of line, or else you risk it just popping off with like 2 pounds of force. That's why fly fishermen are always so specific about that kind of stuff, because say you do cast your line incorrectly when you have a fluorocarbon tippet on a fly fishing rod, right? You cast that incorrectly, the line whips around itself, gets caught in a knot, and also gets really hot from the process of whipping. That whipping actually on a small level creates like a lot of heat, and that itself can even weaken certain types of lines. So you got to keep all of that stuff separate and know how to cast it. Almost anything that is designed in that manner, like fly lines, is designed with a weight system that has nothing to do with the actual line, which is why it always looks like they're somehow magically casting the line. But it's just physics. It's just physics and what you coat the line with. Nice, fresh fly line casts so much better than old fly line just because of the coating. The coating gets old. And even though the weight of the line doesn't change, the texture of the line does. And instead of being soft, it becomes stiff. And stiff fly line does not like to loop or cast well. It'll kind of just stop, and you won't get that nice, you won't get that, what am I trying to say here? You won't get the carrying of momentum. The inertia won't be able to carry the line out, so you can't actually cast that far. A lot of, like, if you were going to get your kid into fly fishing, for example, most of the fly fishing kits that you can buy at a store come with garbage line on them. But you can take that garbage line off and put a fresh reel of line for like $6, just like some cheap floating line. And that'll be so much better and improve the casting. Because a lot of the time it's not even the pole. I mean, of course, having a pole with the appropriate weighted line on it also matters a lot. But, like, if you're only using an 8-foot fly rod, you're not going to be able to cast as far as a guy with a 10 to 12-foot fly rod. You just get more leverage, and you can make a longer shaped D without causing a whip in the line. And the longer the... I can't believe I was going to say that. The longer the D, the better it is. But yeah. It is true, though, when it comes to fly fishing. The smaller and elongated the D loop is, the more momentum it will carry and the more line it can push outwards. Because the line is the weight, and its own weight is what carries it. And the tippet follows that weight in the back end of the D. That's what forms the D-shaped loop. And when you cast a fly line correctly, it will always roll out with the fly on the very end, if everything is weighted properly. And then you can do stuff like roll casts, which most people know how to do that. They just don't know that they know how to do that. If you've ever played with a piece of string before in your life and was like flicking it around, and you know how you can like leave the string standing still, but if you kind of like flick it upwards a little bit, the entire thing will kind of move. It's the same aspect. But instead, you take the entire string. If you imagine you had like a 10-foot long string, you hold it up to your shoulder and then like basically push forward with the string. It'll form a loop and all that string will follow that momentum outwards forward. That's how a whip technically works. It's just most whips are made with like a little bend before the actual whip part, and that's so you can put more momentum into that shape to make it actually whip. Whereas with a fly rod, you don't want it to whip. You want it to be at that perfect 2 to 10 o'clock motion, back and forth, pretty much. And as you get more line, that 2 to 10 o'clock motion has to be elongated. So like with a short amount of line, you can do that 2 to 10 o'clock really fast. Whereas with a long amount of line, you have to do that 2 to 10 o'clock much faster, sometimes even going further to like 3 o'clock backwards. But you really don't want to go past 2 or 10 on either side. If you think of the hands of a clock and your arm is the thing, you don't want your arm to go past either of those numbers in either direction. Otherwise, if you go too far forward, then your line's gonna go down and smack the water. If you go too far backwards, your line is going to get caught on something if you don't have a free open area. So like if you need to cast when you have shit that's behind you, you have to do like a 10 to 12 o'clock kind of cast, where you kind of short stroke it and put more inertia into the forward one and less inertia, but more vertical momentum going upwards. So the line goes up and out, but then when you put the forward momentum in, you're putting a D loop in it that pulls the line out forwards. But that is a lot more advanced fly casting. Again, that basically requires you to practice with the string for ages. If you want to practice how to fly fish, but you don't want to have to buy a whole bunch of gear, all you need to do is find a stick, like a broom handle, and tie like 10 feet to 12 feet of like medium-sized string or something like that, like paracord or something like that. Just tie that to the end of a broom handle and basically swing it forward and backwards until you can get that thing to go out in a perfect straight back and forth motion. And then as you can do that, upgrade the size of the stick and the amount of line that you're using. That's tenkara fly fishing, technically. Tenkara is when you have a fixed rod with no extra line, and you're basically just hanging the line out over it. But you can adopt that into fly fishing as well. Some people even do that just normally. They'll have those telescopic rods that fold in and out, and you can do that with those as well. You don't need a whole bunch of line. You can just tie line onto the very end. That's enough to, like I said, do a overhead cast with. It's just the more line you want to have on the end of your stick, the bigger the stick has to be. If you want to cast like 20 feet of line out efficiently, you need like a 12-foot stick. because you have to imagine that you're holding that extra line that's going to be casted out either in your bucket or it's in the water when you go fishing, so most of the line would be tied up before you'd actually be out there. You'd tie it around the base of the rod, or you'd tie it in a little, you'd make like a little loop kind of thing out of it and put it in a little satchel or whatever, and then take it out and attach it when you needed to. That's what a lot of people do with fly fishing nowadays, is you have a tippet system that's basically 2 loops, and you can just put, if you've ever done anything with like putting, what the hell do they call them? The little cords that connect stuff. Like a flashlight has the little, it's like a thing that, I can't remember what the hell the name of it is. But it's basically, most of them are just, it's a piece of cloth with a knot tied in it. And they put one end of the loop through, and then you put the other end of the loop through the thing, and then pull it tight. And it puts that end of the loop that you put the other loop through, pulls the knot tight on the thing. And that allows you to just push the loop back through and take it off whenever you want to. And that's how fly leaders work, or at least how a lot of people do fly fishing nowadays. There are some people who will still tie their tippet to their fly line, but if you do that a lot, you're gonna eventually cut all the weight forward off of your line, and you don't want to do that, because then your line's not gonna cast as well. Sorry to give like a ranting, rambling thing about fly fishing in relation to a fucking cane in a video game. I enjoy the physics and physical properties of things. That's why I enjoy fly fishing. More for the act of doing it than the actual fishing part now. I don't really fish that much anymore. Too much money. That, and like I said, over the past couple years, I don't really have people to go with, so like one of the last times I went fishing was, probably in 2017, I think. I think I went once in 2018. Oh wait, no, I went in 2019. I went on free fishing day, but it was like raining, so we only went for like an hour. All the rivers and lakes were kind of mucky and nasty, so even though I was perfectly fine with fishing there, the person that I went with didn't want to fish, and that they just wanted to go home and drink. So I was just like, whatever. Typical. Probably would have drank a whole bunch out there, and then I would have had to pick up a bunch of their cans. Always end up cleaning after. That's one of the reasons why I stopped going fishing around here, is just, you wouldn't believe the amount of fucking trash people leave. Like, you go out to connect with nature, and your way of connecting with nature is to leave a bunch of plastic shit all over the fucking ground. You don't even pick it up, you just do it, and it's like, oh yeah, you brought your 6-year-old brats out fishing who don't care about the fish, threw rocks in the water for an hour and a half and annoyed all the other kids, or parents trying to fish, or whatever, just people out there trying to fish, and then you leave, and you just leave a fucking trash pile of Eagle Claw plastic containers. Some of them just having the shit in them. You wouldn't know how many fucking perfectly serviceable lures that I found. I found, like, in my lifetime of fishing, ever since I was 6 years old, I probably found over 300 lures that were working. I probably found about 1,000 lures if you count all the ones I found that have broken or rusted out metal parts. 350, like, oh, you just found a Rapala minnow bait sitting on the side of a bank, sort of thing. Brand new hooks, brand new eyelet. You can see where the person had line on it, but they had like 6-pound test on a fucking bait that would catch a fish that snapped that line just on the sheer weight alone. Because most of the people around here that I fish with, they don't understand the drag on a reel. They just yard fucking fish in when they catch them and then wonder why the line breaks. They use the same fishing line for 6 years and wonder why the monofilament is like fucking latex when it stretches out to a millimeter thickness. That's why I use braid, because braid can store for a very long time on normal fishing rods. I don't use braid on my fly rod, but when it comes to my normal fishing rods that I have, I still have them set up. They all have braid on them, and then I'll just put different leaders on for whatever I'm fishing for. Even though braid is not optimal as a main line for every type of lure, braid is just the all-around best line for most situations. It's very strong. You very rarely will have to worry about a rock breaking the line like you would with fluorocarbon or with mono. I mean, it can still happen, but it's way less likely. I have pulled fish out from limestone like rubble before, where they'll hide in between the cracks of rocks and I can just yard them up out of it with that stuff, where normal fishing line of the same weight would have stretched out or snapped. It's just because the braid is like cabling for the most part. Even when, like I was saying earlier, it gets frayed a little bit, it still maintains most of its strength. And it's easy to tell where it's been frayed. You don't have to look at an invisible line against the sun to see the little nicks in it. If it's nicked, you can see the little fibers coming off the line, so you know just to snip it and retie. And tying braid is not only faster, it's easier because you don't have to worry about the heat reducing the line's quality nearly as much as you do with mono or fluorocarbon. Fluorocarbon. Saying it like my fucking relatives. Fluorocarbon. Fluorocarbon. Sorry. Alright, sorry, let's go. Oh no. Sorry, I needed my water. Left it on the other table. Okay. No! No make contact. We do not make contact with other hunters, mister. This room is dark. This is a spooky room full of rats. Breed us? Yes. It indeedly did. Did. No charge. That's beautiful. Thank you, my lady. Ooh, another one? No, 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 no. Please don't do a rush. Please don't do a rush. No, you're doing it. Sprint! Don't do it! Don't do it! I hate that. I can never tell when to dodge it. I'm dead. Oh no, I'm not. I might be dead from frenzy though. Please don't. And you're done. Huh?
Welcome. What is... Very well. Let me...
Ah, a new face, are you? And what do you... Yes. No, are they all Anna? Anna. Anna. very... On the mark, I'm pleased. A Confederate. Now, take this stuff. A symbol of a... You'll be short down the mission. Hello, could you yet? You have blessed this. For this... My Confederate, for the sake of...
How did people get up there, dude? Oh shit! When did people find out that you could do this? What the hell? I forgot that when you fall out of bounds in this game, it puts you in the hunter's dream. Even though I literally did some of the... I did one of the save... Not the save. Edited. The frickin' cut content bosses the other day. No, I fell through the fucking ground again. No, fuck, why did... No! What the hell was that? What the fuck was that? What the heck? Where the... What the hell was that? What is that? wish I could get just a fraction closer. God dang it. I don't think there's a way to get over that. I wish I could get just a little bit further in either direction. Fuck! How did I even get up there before? Sorry. Stupid. Stupid zipper on my jacket. There we go. How did I get up there? There we go. No. Whew. What is this? Is this asset used anywhere else? Alright, I'm up here again. Okay, so that's weird. You can only see... I think this is where... Oh god. No, I'm stuck inside of some weird clipping. There we go. Is that the... Oh, fuck. I think that's about as high as the collision will let you go. You'd think there would be a way to figure out how to do another Shadows of Yharnam skip. Okay, so that's just fucking drop like a ton of bricks. I don't think any of that terrain is climbable past that point. I think it's all background. You know, it's amazing with games like this where there's so little background collision where your character can actually walk on in certain areas. But then you have things like Dark Souls 1, which has an entire inaccessible part of the game that has player collision. Or like Borderlands, where Borderlands has giant open-ended sections of a level. Like the level will be, if you had the map, like say you had a piece of paper, like an 8x11 piece of paper, the actual Borderlands map would be a little tiny circle that you draw in the center, and then you'd have this fucking, all the rest of the paper is just background collision and shit like that. And you can walk on all that garbage in the background. It's amazing how much middleware and use of an engine that you didn't design yourself makes you have way more inefficient ways of putting things together. Like Borderlands. Bloodborne runs terribly because of engine problems on its own. But if more Whoa. Okay then. If more companies put emphasis on trimming down how they do collision, like, I'm honestly surprised that Souls games like Bloodborne, for example, don't run better than they do. And I would imagine that has to be something to do with the engine more than the actual content of the game. Like, if you redesigned Bloodborne, or a game like it in another engine, but used the same design aspects that Bloodborne has. And I mean, a lot of game developers do this, but FromSoft does it probably the most obvious, where sometimes you'll encounter it even without glitching out of bounds like I'm doing now. Where, if you don't know what I mean, a lot of textures in video games that are walls or look like they're terrain, they're one-sided. Meaning if you went to the other side of it, there's nothing there. It's just basically a 2D texture with a collision mapping so you can't fall through it. I have a feeling that initially this part right here was actually going to be used in the level to some extent. And there would probably have been like a loot item here or some shit. Because this terrain kind of seems like it would have led up to that zone, but I don't know. Now comes the hard task of getting back across without, yeah, getting my character stuck. Hold on. Okay then. Where am I? Holy shit, I forget he does enormous damage in NG+. With that fucking Hunter's Axe. Holy crap, I wish my Hunter's Axe did that much damage. I'm the butcher, bud. Cool, we can just keep doing this, dude. Yeah, that's right, bud. Watch your step. No, bird. You can kill me so fast. Thank you. That was one of the only items I forgot. Still, I wonder what the fuck that red thing is that's down there. Well, that's not the... I forget that Bloodborne doesn't let you have your menu open for long after you fall off of a ledge. Trying to see if I can do the glitch that you do in the Nightmares Frontier to skip the elevator. If you want to. But I'm trying to do it to see if I can skip past the vertical kill box, but I think people have already tried to do this before. I actually believe there used to be a glitch when this game came out, where you could do exactly what I'm trying to do, and you could get to the bottom of the Yarnum River. Yeah, they don't let you have your menu open when you get close to the ground, so you can't like do what you do in Dark Souls 1 where you fall really, really far, but the game waits for you to hit the ground before subtracting your health, and you can just leave the menu open the entire time until you die. That doesn't happen in this game. Who picked him up? Must be this guy on the bridge. Yeah. There we go. That's what you want to look for when you want to do this glitch. You want to look for your character to sink down off of a ledge, but not fall. Again, I don't know if it even works here. I'm pretty sure it's just going to instantly kill me when I spawn in if I do start falling. Hold on, I need another drink. But I'm willing to try. I'm not exactly the fastest save quitter, though. Damn it, I keep pressing exit way too early. I'm gonna stop fucking with it though. I need to check and see if the one in Frontier, the Nightmare Frontier, even still works that way. Though that is normally a thing that happens with elevator shafts. Not normal areas of the game. One more time. Damn it, I'm too fast. Keep pressing the X button way too early. Because I'm scared if I wait too long, the menu's just gonna be taken away. Ow. Oh. Are we gonna get the Oh Flora? It's a 2% chance. 2% chance. Come on. Let's get it. 2%. We can land the 2%. Never mind. No 2%. Why won't you ever say your prayer for me? Witch. You harlot. What a harlot. Oh, I fucking leveled up that cause parasite, even though I didn't need it. God damn it, I'm such an idiot. Fucking blood stains next to the fucking thing. So good. Excuse me. So rare to see a blood gem with 3 modifiers on it. Holy shit, that is so rare. It's not good, but it's rare. Curse these dual element gems. I think that's pretty bad. Droplet, get out of here. fucking gem is insane, dude. I wish I had a triangle gem that was like that. Hold on, let's just give a comparison. Holy crap. It's a 19.5 gem, but it has a C scaling. Bringing it up to S with 52 arcane is so much better, even with it having 3.6% negative attack down. Amazing. Now, the question I have is, with physical, what about arcane damage? 309. It's only 9.1%? Why did I save that? $242? Really? I mean, I need to try and get some more of those crazy scaling gems, dude. Holy shit. Those things are insane, how much extra they give over just having the percentages. Yeah, I lose 50 damage on that. Insane. $313. Dang, dude. Now I understand why people can one-shot in PvP with arcane weapons. You get the right gems and shit and that stuff with 50 arcane, and holy crap, you are going to hit like a dump truck. You are going to melt anything that walks in front of you. See, this doesn't give this much advantage, because this already has one on it, and increasing the scaling that much more doesn't do that much for it. But I gotta remember, I don't really use the cause parasite, so. Wonder what happens if you give this thing. Oh. It gets a S scaling in arcane, but that must. It must give some wicked damage in the transform mode. Wait, does amygdala count as kin? Alright, so no, he's not akin. That's specifically just to blue flesh. Bluebies. Yeah, as lame as it sounds, and as lame as it actually is, saw cleaver going plus 10 next. Yeah, I know. I think it's super lame too, but I want to have 2 of these. Which means I'm actually going to take that out of there real quick. Just because I hate the beast cutters more than I hate the saw cleaver. I don't hate it in the sense that I would never use it. I just mean, like, in terms of priority, it definitely comes last. Although I use all weapons in this game, that is definitely 100% one of the worst ones, regardless of what anyone says. Sure, why not? Sorry, Saw Spear. You're just worse. 21.5? Oh, yeah. Oh, wait, no, that's the waning. I can't put that there. Dingo. I'm not too sure why I'd ever need 2. Sure, why not?
Welcome. Oh, what is it? Very well. Welcome. What? Very well.
$571 AR. I always found it weird how the sound effects for the charge attack from the other directions weren't properly tuned. Because this is what it sounds like if you do it normally. That's the same combo as if I did this first. But it goes... Some people don't even know that you can do the different charge attacks. That's one of my favorite things to do with this weapon. A lot of people would just go like this. Which is dumb because you should just go like this. Because swinging most of the time will cost you more than dodging. If you just want to transform attack anyways. Because you could be like fighting a boss and you could be like, dodge to the right, and then immediately punish with the transforms and stagger and punish the entire HP bar down instead of doing the first R1, which does minuscule damage compared to the transform. The transform only does the most damage because for whatever reason the developers were like, we're gonna put a 1.5 times damage modifier on a transform attack that's this fast. But not only that, we're also going to make it generate about 2 to 3 times the amount of beasthood as any other weapon in the game when you do that. That's why I don't like using the saw cleaver, but since I'm getting so high up in the NG cycles, there are a couple bosses I want the saw cleaver for. just for the solid punish. But then again, I might just end up using other weapons because they're stronger than the saw cleaver on a per hit basis. They're just not as good for stun locking beast monsters, but that's what I have this for. What I always try to tell people about the cane is, although it doesn't go like this, we can count how many I can get. The most amount of transforms I can get is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Or 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 swings in a row that have range, and you can do them from any angle, and the recovery is very small. So when the actual stamina gets used, there isn't a huge gap in time between when the stamina gets used and the stamina is recharging, unlike this. When you swing with the cane, and now watch transform attack with the same thing. I'll wait in between each attack. You can't wait a long time with the transform attacks. But you can see what I mean. Due to the fact the animation is slightly longer and stuff like that, again, this does way more damage. And you can do that entire fights, and that's perfectly fine. If you want to play Bloodborne mashing one button, that's perfectly fine with me. But you can have weapons like this, which on most beast bosses that the saw cleaver would melt, this weapon also melts them, arguably just as fast, due to the fact its stamina management is better. Because you start off the fight, you put your beast blood pellet on, you put your fire paper on, throw an oil urn at him or whatever, and you walk up to Vicar Amelia and you do this. And not only do you generate crazy beasthood, that shit does a ridiculous amount of damage. And again, how many attacks do you get with this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And I'd be able to get 6 if I had more stamina. Ideally, people wouldn't be playing with health runes either, like me, the douchebag. They'd be playing with either stamina runes or eye runes or moon runes or something like that. I'm using max HP. Because if you do this, then this is when the cane can start to pull away in terms of DPS on bosses. Because what you do is you build up your beasthood by doing this. And believe me, on certain bosses, you will actually get a broken amount of beasthood for doing the R2 with this thing. And you wait, you use not the corruption, the stamina recovery speed up like I have, and then you just go like this to the side of the monster. And again, fire paper, beast blood pellet built up, oil urn. And you get that many attacks in a row that do 2,000 to 3,000 damage a hit. In a prolonged fight, in higher NG cycles, you can try this for yourself. The cane is actually better on certain bosses than the saw cleaver. Just in terms of its raw damage output over a prolonged period of time. because the cane is more stamina efficient and can hit in more rapid succession, getting more extra damage out of those multipliers. Granted, the saw cleaver is better more immediately. The saw cleaver is like an early game carry. Its graph in a fight is up, and then it just stays up. Whereas the cane goes up, but then it can get past that point that the saw cleaver like tops out at. Because no matter what, even if you're just R1 mashing with this, the cane will still hit more a lot of the time. Unless you're like 99 stats. And that's only due to the fact that this has a C and a D. Because their base damage isn't that far off. The saw cleaver gets about 24 or so, I think, if my math is correct. 24 more base damage than the threaded cane. But like I said, the threaded cane, very stamina efficient, long range. I can't emphasize enough how much that matters as well. This can hit in so many situations where you wouldn't, like earlier when I was fighting a Breedus and I was using it. I could hit and punish a Breedus during animations and attacks with the cane that almost no other weapon outside of the Beast Cutter would even have a chance at achieving. And the Beast Cutter is so fucking slow that people who call the Beast Cutter viable but call the threaded cane bad are just moronic. They don't play the game. They just talk about it. The cane, in my opinion, is one of the most effective weapons in the game. Just borderline all around. All three of the starting weapons are, actually, the three best versatile weapons. Of course, the Hunter's Axe sucks in the sense that it is bad versus a lot of the types of bosses you encounter. But the Hunter Axe has an advantage in which you can just spin a lot of the human enemies, medium-sized, large-sized enemies. You can just spin them to death. And there's very, very little most of the mobs can do about it. It's the same thing with the Rifle Spear. The Rifle Spear has the niche of having the broken charge attack, but outside of that, the weapon is pretty much garbage. Ever since they took away the glitch that lets you put element on the bullets, which, to be honest, was broken, but it was the only thing outside of the cheesy charge attack that made it good. I remember when Bloodborne came out, and I can't even remember their name, but I was watching a person play through the game, and that's what they used for most of it, was just a fucking... the Saw Spear Charge R2 when transformed. And that's all they would ever do. They would get an enemy to chase them. They'd back up like 10 to 15 feet and then do a charge attack. The funny thing is that people use stuff like the shitty Shikage. That's a trash weapon, more than any of the other weapons in the game. And it's a trash weapon due to the fact that blood is not an effective damage type on most enemies in the game. On bosses, it's near useless. So you just end up using this terrible katana moveset for the entire game. You wanna play with a katana? Go play Nioh. That's a better katana game. Don't play Dark Souls for a katana game. It sucks at being a katana game. Because half of the attacks are shit that slam the weapon into the ground, into other weapons. I'm not trying to say it doesn't have a place, but when people call that weapon more viable than the threaded cane, they're just actually stupid. Threaded cane can benefit from two things that a good portion of the weapons in the game can't, which automatically disqualify them from being even remotely as capable as the cane. Which is, can it be buffed? And if so, can fire be put on it? If answer is yes, then throw oil urn at enemy and deal double damage. Something the Shikage can't do, something the Amygdalin arm can't do, something the Moonlight Sword can't do. Granted, the Moonlight Sword can have some of the highest thrust counter damage with its R2 being really fast. But even then, that doesn't save for the fact that other weapons in the game can be buffed and have oil earned put on the enemy to get even more damage out of it. On top of not being split damage. It's like the boom hammer is a great concept for a weapon if it wasn't for the fact that a lot of the enemies that are weak to fire are strong against blunt damage. So the only damage you're relying upon is the fire damage. And the few people that I've seen use the boom hammer, that's all you do is you trigger the thing, you do a charged R2 or a jumping attack, and then you trigger the thing again, and you just keep doing that over and over. Because the actual weapon itself hits like dog shit. If you put all physical in it, it hits like worse than most of the one-handed weapons do in the game. And then if you put all fire damage in it, it only hits good against lycanthrope or beast type enemies. And even then, you could just hit more with another weapon. Granted, you couldn't pull that other weapon out of your pocket and probably hit as much damage immediately. You'd probably have to put fire paper or something on. But even then, I've seen... You put, like, fire on a Ludwig's and do a charged R2 into one of those lycanthrope enemies, they'll take, like, 3,000 damage in one hit. From the counter hit. But I need to use the bathroom real quick. I'll be right back. Sorry, I keep rambling. bugs. Lag, stab man. What the fucking shit? What the hell is this? Is this the first shared fixed chalice? Or is this the second one? I think this is the second shared chalice. Which is normally fixed, but for whatever reason, this one isn't. Well, it's save edited, so. Those guys will hit hard. Yeah, ritual blood too. Wait, no, that would mean it's the first floor. Right? Layer 1. Holy crap. Yeah, they hit hard.
this your Pyramid Head cosplay?
Yeah.
Gnarly.
Gnarly Cougar. Now, where is the guy that I summoned? He's probably waiting for me in front of the boss door. Yep, I knew it. You better be wearing the frickin' gold Ardeo. I don't see it. No, he's a tentacle man. Cavedale. We got Cavedale and Money Mike. Sup, Money Mike? It's time to ranch it up. Ready, bros? Oh yeah, that's right. It's an imbued weapon. No bufferinos. Oh god. It's alright. They're gonna die. I forget that this is a false curse chalice.
Ranch will go well with Cauliflower Man over there.
It's like they designed this set to have that headpiece on it. It looks so good together. It's probably one of the best looking combinations you can do in this game. Although, you can make this set look a little bit better by, instead of going with the butcher's gloves, going with these. Because it still gives the loose gauntlet on that side that matches the cloth that the thing is made out of. But then you get this steel metal gauntlet for your gun hand. You can of course also use these, but these don't match as well. You can also use these if you like the metal glove. Or these. Which make a little bit more sense for a butcher. If you want to go full butcher. But the actual Butcher's armor itself is not bad. It's actually got good stats across the board. It's like a solid all-rounder. Milkweed. I'm looking for more of the super cursed chalices. Wait. Is this the same chalice that I was just in and I had it twice in my fucking dream? Okay, no, they definitely hit hard. Never mind, that's a real chalice. The other one I had was a fake one. The other enemies in the other chalice hit me for like little tiny ticks. Because I have like 260 defense or whatever. Yeah. How much do I hit them for with this? Probably not a lot. Is the cane better? Yes. I feel bad for the people who don't like using the cane. Oh, he's who has my souls. Yeah, I'll want some help for this. Because I don't think that the people who get summoned in have the same amount of lost HP I do. I'm pretty sure it just counts them as being in a normal cursed chalice. Correct me if I'm wrong, though. Nope, you're wrong. You're wrong. I don't even need to tell you, but you're wrong, dude. Get used to it. You're wrong. Oh, what's that? Did you hear that? It was something in the distance. You're wrong. There's another person there. Another mother. That explosion was gnarly coolia. Nar. On the Nar level, Nars. He Nars. The gnarliest Nar this side of the Narverse. It's a big verse, dude. The Narverse. Not to be confused with the universe. That's the fake reality that people think they live in. Instead of the gnarly verse. Narverse. That's my favorite. Where everything is surfer bros. And no hoes. It's the best dimension. It's just everyone that's like, dude. You go walking down the street and every third guy is like, dude, dude, dude. Dude. I like pulled a muscle in my neck when I just did that. I don't know how. Yeah, that hurts my neck when I do that. Why? It's like the throat muscle I'm using is like irritating something in my neck. I can't do SpongeBob. Ow. That one hurt the worst. It's like a fucking electrocuting pain. It's like a jolty thing. Someone came up to me and went with 2 fingers, whack, right in the back. And I just went like, for a second. You just eat your own words. Eat them.
Is mayonnaise an instrument?
Really? Is that the only quote you know from the fucking music episode? No, Taters, it is not an instrument. I don't know why you want to be the Patrick Star in this situation. Is mayonnaise an instrument?
I am filthy scrub lord peasant.
You gotta say it like that as well. You have to say it. Is mayonnaise an instrument? I was trying to do the SpongeBob laugh. I don't have like a high-pitched enough voice. What you do is you gotta stick your finger like right above your Adam's apple and like make like the nasaliest voice you can and then just go.
Get a good luck getting the bot to speak that way.
It's a SpongeBob laugh. SpongeBob McNutbrain. Is mayonnaise an instrument? I could make it talk that way if you want me to. I could slow it down all the way to the point where it's like, is mayonnaise an instrument?
No, please.
Was that a yes I heard? Was that a do it, dude? Was that Tiny Tina going, do it, do it, do it, do it, do it? I'm sorry, I'm not actually gonna do it. Do it, do it, do it, do it. Do it!
Did you post a quest? Just post a quest, dude.
You really like that one joke that I... the one shitty fucking joke I came up with when that random guy was in my fucking session. Can you post a quest, dude? Can you post a quest? I only created that joke because it's one of the stupid automated lines that you can send to other people. It's like, can you post a quest?
There's even an in-game default shoutout that says the same thing.
Yeah. It's not new. That was like in the game originally. It just wasn't one that was set to a thing by default. So you had to go in and manually like turn it on and shit. So most people never used it. Though ever since Iceborne added the wheel functionality inside of Celiana, I've seen people use that before. But it's few and far between because most of the people I know who play Monster Hunter now, they don't go into like a random session with other people. They make their own session which is private and has like 3 people in it. That's how pretty much every single person on my friends list that isn't you plays the game. There's like 4 or 5 other people who added me in Iceborne but have never played with me past the point of adding me. And it's like, fine, whatever, I guess I'm not cool enough for you. I wish I was cool. Teach me how to be cool, taters. Am I ever gonna get a guy in my game? Did I just not see a guy? Have I gotten guys in my game and I've just not noticed? Come on, taters, get on Bloodborne.
Don't forget to bring a towel.
Oh, someone's spawning in. I can tell because of the background noise. Excuse me. Time for fatties. So rude. It is all thanks to Fatty. Oh yes. I love me some fatties. Nice. If you had just started the game and just got to this, that guy would feel like a boss. He has as much, that enemy has as much HP as Cleric Beast when you start the game. And you can get these when you kill Bloodstarved Beast, so it's not long after you would have killed him otherwise. Did I get that? Did I? Yo, did I get that? That is not... He's one of the rare versions. He's a rare version. You can't even see it because his particle effect is broken. They never fixed it in the game. His cane is supposed to be on fire right now. If you didn't know, this is a glitch that has been in the game since launch, where these guys don't have the proper particle effect, and they're a rare variant that's hard to tell apart because you can't know. The only way you know is like he just hit me and it did fire to me. Watch. See? .420. Most of the time you kill those guys without even realizing that they deal fire damage with their non-fire damage weapon because it doesn't show the particle effect on their thing properly. They're supposed to have a particle effect where the cane, the little staff that they have, is on fire. It's supposed to be there. Like these guys when they have fire on their weapons. Well, not these guys actually. Not the big fat guy that I just pointed at the camera. I meant the little guys that are walking around. And he just killed me. God damn it. The little white skinned guys. The little dudes. Those guys can spawn with their weapons with fire buffs on them. And that's what those guys are supposed to look like. They're supposed to have the same fire particle. No. There's a reason why I tell people spacing and long-range weapons are the tricks to Bloodborne. It's why they give you it right off the beginning of the game, because they let you know that that tool is pretty much immediately available to you. The cane is one of the greatest advantages a player can have in a weapon. Anyways, it may not deal incredibly, disgustingly high damage, but it is very versatile. Why Ludwig R1 when you can threaded cane R2 and hit way more people and use pretty much the same amount of stamina and do almost the same amount of damage? This is not where I went. Where the fuck did I go? Down here to the rare variant. Where's your particle effect, bud? Should have told your masters to give you a fire particle effect. The masters of destruction. I hate... Is that a double axe? What the hell? I've never seen the guillotine piece be set up, but not in use from... Oh, little doggo. Secret. Oh, what the hell? It's a secret with a ladder to a door? Oh my mind, it's not even to a door. Probably an overlook to the walkway. Yeah. That's not what I mean. Do bag. Do bag, boy. Do bag. Do that bag. That's fine too. Nope. You don't even get to make the noise. That shit's basically just free souls at this point. No! I shouldn't have taken the risk of trading. It's not even that hard. Bloodborne isn't even that difficult. Fucking Neo is harder and it has a block button. The thing is that a block button doesn't make your game inherently easier, and I don't know why people think that. No, you fucking bastard. I went the wrong way anyways. I needed to go backwards, but I went fucking forwards. Because I got tilted thinking about the amount of people who say that Bloodborne is one of the hardest Souls games. It's not. I will argue until the end of days that Dark Souls 3 is way harder than this game. And that's coming from a person who actually got to play all the games chronologically. I'm dead. Splat! Get fucked, chump! Now I'm just being a fucking douchebag at this point. You don't lock on. You just walk around an R1 occasionally. And if you land the R1, you follow it up. There we go. Easy. Don't even need to go that way. Didn't even need to do any of that. But I did it. Because I'm a fucking idiot. Take a chill pill, bud. What the hell? What was baby damage from that? Okay then. He didn't have an animation for being staggered while sitting, so the game just made him sit while turning. Hold on, I'll show it off. I'll show what happened. What's the happa? Is this? Never mind. Why did the first guy do it then? You must have to be like standing perfectly behind them or something weird like that. Bap. Poke. That wasn't so hard. So why'd you make it that hard? Put up your bell, you gringus. Hello? Oh, I went backwards. What the fuck? Absolute moronification. Absolutus moronicus is my scientific species name. Hello? Oh God, not one of these things. Yeah, I knew that was gonna happen. Those guys are brutal. If it was the two-handed sword version or the flail version, it would be good, but the sword and shield versions do a good job of showing the reason why a sword and shield is better than not having a shield. And unlike dumbass Dark Souls characters, it knows how to use its shield. Unlike if you try to put a shield on a Dark Souls character, your guy's just going to be a complete fucking retard and only know how to block or parry with it. And then the ones that he does know how to attack with, he only knows how to limp dick it and only do like 50 damage. It's alright, we can speed earn. That's where Fattykins is. Fatty Fatty Bumble Laddie. Beware of one-shots. He's just gonna let me walk and flip the switch? Nice. Didn't even have to roll. Alright, now I kill you. Wait, you didn't take my blood? Nice. I'll get you on stairs, mate. I'll get you on these stairs. Did you half blind when the camera was freaking out, bro? How do you feel? That's what you get. That's what you get. Thanks. Needed more of those. Already unlocked it, idiot. Let's go fight Mr. Fattykins. Bop. Okay. See? See that guy has fire buff on his weapon? Ooh, got him. Expert aim. No, he's just super armored. That's why Dark Souls 3 is difficult. Is the reason why those guys kill me sometimes. Most Bloodborne enemies, and even in the case of those guys sometimes, you can just walk up to them and just R1 mash them and they'll just die most of the time. Oh, well. There goes 300,000 more souls. I don't really care. At this point, I'm just mad because it won't summon anybody. Summon a brother. Go die to something else. Ooh. Now we got a guy. Alright, time to play serious. He says as he R1 mashes something to death. Serious play. Engage. Hey, it's Money Mike. Sup, Money Mike? Last time he co-opted with me, I was in like a baby mode chalice, and now I'm in like a god mode chalice, and he's gonna be like, oh, these enemies like they're fucking weak sauce shit. He hits pretty good damage. I wonder what kind of gems he got in that thing. Either that or he's got 60 skill and strength. Where are you going? You're not the fucking leader here. This is why I don't like summoning people. He's like, I'm gonna show you the way. And it's like, I don't give a fuck, bud. See you later. If I die, it's your fault. And you don't get anything from it. I know where I'm going, bud. Do you? I've been through hundreds of these. I smart. way. I'm very impatient. Where are you going? There's nothing important this way. There is literally nothing this way. Nothing. Thanks. Thanks, bud. Thanks, buckaroo. I know these. I know all the possibilities. I am the computer. I see the numbers. Press the circle button, nerd. You can fight him in this fucking shit room? On this HP? See, he's got HP, like I was saying. Unlike me, where I don't have HP, because I'm in curse. And I... Wow, you are just trash, dude. Oh my god. I say he's trash. I need to put all visceral attack damage on, dude. Yeah. His parry window on that opening attack that he does is actually like 2 frames, if I remember correctly. It's like 2 or 3 frames. Something ridiculously narrow. He also is impossible to hit with arcane shit, apparently. But yeah, I need to go. Don't give up. This guy's fucked. And by that I mean me. Also, excuse me. That was like my stomach shrunk 3 times in size. Yeah, whatever. Yeah, he's too late to the party. I'll wait a couple minutes for cooperator. Co-optionator. Also, I realized that because I summoned that guy and he died in like the first couple bits because he was just dodging around him. And it's like, you can't just fucking R1 into him. He has shit that prevents you from being able to do that. He didn't even try to heal or anything. Nothing but defilements here. This is a foul message. Never mind, we need to have fun. Find them. Buchka bus. Why do I have Buchka bus, Kolbasser stuck in my head? Holy, what in the lag? Hello? Are you sentient? What in the jumpin' Jesus, Jupiter, Jiminy, Jenkin, G. Willikers, Jehoshaphat? The jumpity pim pumpity, dim bumpity boo. You ready? You're not gonna want to use that weapon, bud, but I applaud your efforts. I'll give you 1 out of 10, would 10 again. You're dead, boy, you're dead. Son, you're dead. You should have learned, but you're not. Now you're dead. He doesn't get knocked over from that. No! Ho, ho, ho. That's fucking rough, dude. That is so hard to dodge as well. I should have just stood back and let that guy kill it. He could have killed the thing from full health to nothing. But he did give me inspiration. And that is spam the fuck out of the L2 with this thing, bud. Holy crapola. I didn't know it was an instant knockdown for him. What's the Quicksilver bullet usage? 1? For that? Ooh, nice. I don't have the best gems in it, but for the arcane, anyways. Oh yeah, that's right, don't yump. No yumps. Damn it. Oh, there's the guy that was just cooperating with me. Right there. No. Positive contact. Nana ya. Nana ya, nana ya, nana ya. Hello. I'm here. I'm just half T-posing. Give me a slap. Slap like now. Turn into Davy. But I'm not a slapper though. Whoops. Really? What are the odds that two people are using the burial blade? You're probably not going to want to use that, but okay. I'm not one to judge. I just want the boss deadoed. No, fuck! I got fucking stunned! It wouldn't let me dodge away on the second hit. I wish I could get people that could survive him for longer than a couple seconds. They can at least take several hits. If I could take 2 or 3 hits, I could beat this fucker easily. They have no excuse. What are you doing in tier 5 chalices? Get out of here. You're fucking useless. Yeah. It's not gonna happen solo. All because of that throw. I'm just never gonna be able to dodge it correctly. Plus parrying him is too fucking hard. Just due to how limited you are allowed to parry him. You get like 3 or 4 fucking frames on most of his attacks. And just about everyone you can summon in this is useless and acts like they haven't played the game for longer than a year. Even though most of them have played this game for 5 years straight. God damn it! I couldn't even recover to shoot my gun fast enough. Either Hunter Pistol misses or Blunderbuss is too slow. So it's like, pick one of the worst options. Do you want Dark Souls 3 parrying or DS1 parrying, but it only lands half of the time? It's just so stupid, dude. This is the only boss in this game I feel like is one of the worst. You could just put him at the end of the game with really buffed health and damage, and he would easily be one of the hardest things. Because he's even hard to parry. Gehrman is easier to parry than this guy. This guy is more of a threat to me. I would fight Gehrman on this HP and feel comfortable. It would just take me a while because he has a lot of HP. This guy, I never feel comfortable fighting him. It's just one move away from instantly dying. Oh, it actually let me dodge out of it that time. God, he's just so fucking hard to parry. I can parry the frickin' brick guys every attack. I can parry the damn lycanthropes that people think are impossible to parry. I can't fucking parry this guy consistently for the life of me. I can parry fucking Martyr Logarius with his bullet deflection buff easier and more consistently than I can parry this guy just regularly. It's insane because I haven't gotten one since I've started to fight him. Stop! He keeps fucking stopping his attack chain. If you aren't in range to get hit by him, he stops his fucking attack chain, so you can't even try and set up parry him. You have to immediately parry him, but his immediate parry frames are like 3. So you can't even fucking do that consistently. You can parry one attack of his with any consistency, and he never uses that fucking attack. Ever. How's that not a fucking parry game? What? Whatever. Whatever. What a terribly fucking designed enemy. People think Pontiff Sullivan is bad. He's just hard because fighting him is a rhythm game where you have to learn the timing of pressing the buttons. There's no timing with this guy because his attacks are faster than your recovery on your dodge. So you can't just go dodge, 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 and then punish him at the end. Because if you punish him, he just immediately hits you with an instant recovery attack that just fucks you over. You gotta be fucking joking me. See? What the fuck? I swear I hit him at all, like, that must have been a 2 to 3 frame difference. And that's not even an exaggeration. Normally I talk a lot of bullshit, just because I get pissed. But that was like, literally, the timing was almost identical on those 2 shots. No, you fucking stupid motherfucker. It just stun locks you if it hits you at all. And you get lucky if you can press the circle button out of it. And if you dodge the first one, the second one tracks you, so... Yeah. I knew it was gonna happen the second I landed and it fucking went all weird. And didn't do a jumping attack despite the fact I was fucking mashing the button when I was falling. Sometimes I swear the FromSoft engine just decides that you don't get to have control of your character. And it just deletes your button inputs. I swear to fuck. Don't throw another one, motherfucker. Don't throw it, don't throw it. Get the fuck out of here. Just so tilted now from that stupid fucking boss. I hate the Thumerian Descendant. If there was a boss tier list, he would be the bottom. He's below Mikolash, because at least Mikolash has a fun, whimsical design to it. There's nothing remotely interesting about the Thumerian Descendant. He just attacks. And he attacks a lot and fast with a sickle. Whoa, that is a lot of rats. How is my game even maintaining the frames with those things? No, he just fucking clubbed me. It's so difficult to not die. These are the only parts of the game where 99 vitality doesn't benefit you at all in player-made things. Even in the hardest content in this game, 99 vitality will let you take 2 to 3 hits. In most cursed, like, layer 5 chalice, you can take it. In this shit, no. It doesn't matter. I can still surprisingly take a hit occasionally that most players probably wouldn't even be able to remotely take, but it doesn't mean shit, because I still just die instantly. Now I got all of them. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 1, 2, 3. 3, 2, 1. Together. You do donuts around me all you want, rat. You can't fool me. I'll hit you even without needing to look at where you are on my screen. Alright, now we can go into the actual chalice. What are you even smacking with that? Stop destroying the architecture, nerd. Like, what are you doing? Just get R1. No, you fucking super hard. Fuck. Shit. you gotta be kidding me! Fuck. I knew I should have spent my fucking stuff. God damn it. Back to being tilted again. Out of everything in this game that has killed me in the past hour and a half, I guarantee you 80% of those things would be a guy super armoring through one of my attacks and just hitting me. Why design 90% of your game with guys that get hit twice and stagger? Even other guys that are the same size guys that are the same dudes. They're just wielding different weapons, but one gets stun locked and the other one fucking doesn't. Like, why? Who decides this shit? Honestly. I would love for them to make a game where there are rules that the game follows consistently and doesn't just decide at one moment to be like, yeah, it's this, or yeah, it's that, yeah, whatever. I swear, sometimes as much as people give From Software credit for making, like, really amazing games, they're also subsequently one of the laziest fucking companies when it comes to the smallest shit. This guy who's wearing the same exact outfit as that guy right there. I can stun lock the guy with the fucking mining pick all day. But the guy with the crook? No. Never. Holy fuck. bag! Don't you dare die again. Don't you die. Don't you do it. Don't do it. If you've learned anything, you've learned not to do that. But do this. And this. Keep it going. You could have killed me if I traded. Don't do it. Super armor is the best mechanic. Someone asked me, what's your favorite mechanic in a video game? I'd go, super armor, of course. And be like, turn into a madman. Yeah. 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 Do that with a saw cleaver. Whoa. Do that with a schnoz-schneaver. Oh. Oh. Do that with a saw cleaver. I bet you won't. I bet you won't die, because you're using the saw cleaver. If you die with a saw cleaver, you're a noob. It's like you started playing the game an hour ago. Who'd this guy steal the controller in game from? He doesn't know how to play this game. He thinks having this low HP is normal. What an idiot. Excuse me, boyo. Let me through. Gusantervet. Whatever that means. I don't actually know. I just see it when I play Monster Hunter and people with different languages don't have the auto-translate thing on, or they made the message themselves. I probably didn't even say it correctly. Surprise, motherfucker! Don't swing. Whatever. Doesn't matter. I don't know why I'm trying to clear everything out. What's this boss? Another boss with spammy melee attacks. Yeah, I knew that was coming. Swing, 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 swing. R1, 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 R1. Yup. Yep. That's mine, powering up. Mushroom. Get those mush. Mush me up. Don't do it. Hello? I was scared for a second. Do it again. Son of a bitch. It's so that has such a deceptively far range. I wish the player character got to swing like that with the beast claws. Fuck. Are you serious? That's not even possible to dodge. You have to unlock and run. Or get close enough to him that it fucks it up. Because if you dodge the first one, the second one goes straight at you and there's no amount of recovery that you can get back. Everything changes in a game when you're not allowed to get hit. Woo! That's some spicy stuff, dude. Whoa. Sometimes you need to eat the heat. Excuse me. I said, eat the heat. Beat the fire-breathing beast at its own game. You could just do that every time and kill me. Really. Stunned. Couldn't dodge away after I got hit once. And Dark Soul 3 me. The beast soul. No. No double firebolas. No sun mis bolas. Sun mis bolas. That's what you get. Oh yeah, that's right. He does little fire AoE after the jump now. What a cootie. I'm Demon Boy. No. Sayonara. Think you can get me on some shit like that? Smoked. Get fucking chiefed. Smoked on. Hater. Why you gotta summon the red haters? What are you angry for already? I'm not even over there yet. Let me get over there first and then attack me. Okay, now kill me. Or die to me. You can do that. You can do that too. Just die. Get out of here. You failed. You're done. You suck. Like a monkey's uncle. Oh look, it's like that other dungeon I was doing. Yeah. Yup. Fragging varmint. We ain't going back. And Nana's never coming back. So come into the cage and become Nana's shade. Another Nana disappeared. You... What a fucking terribly designed enemy. Stop casting! Thank you! Jesus Christ! Can suck a fart out of my ass, Miyazaki. Probably into stuff like that, actually, so don't do that. What is this bullshit? Why is she casting like 30 fucking things? Is this where Scream Bitch is? In the corner? Yeah. Exactly like the other dungeon. Except the other dungeon, the starting room, was right over there. Oh yeah, because Red Bitch spawned back. Are you serious? Are you serious? Yeah, whatever. Fucking trash. Who is it? Who's gonna be my agonizer for the next hour? Oh. Literally the worst possible thing. That's an insta-kill. Just the back hop. Just the back hop is an instant kill. I was having trouble killing this guy in a normal chalice the other day. Fuck if I'm gonna be able to kill him in this. What? Again, if I was even remotely better at this game, even a tiny bit better at this game, the cane would literally be a god tier weapon. Your ability to punish is unrivaled. I'm just not good enough to make it good. And I completely accept that as my own fault. But people who call the weapon bad are they're just blind. They don't have the eyes on the inside yet to discover the fact that the cane is secretly one of the strongest weapons in the game. I'll try and do the same thing, and I'll take it just as, like, serious with the saw cleaver. Of course, I can't buff this, so it's not a true comparison, because this is infused. And I'm not going to oil earn him, because I didn't oil earn him when I was using it before. I will Beast Blood Pellet, though, even though I think it's a wash. I want to get a summon. It would be really hard on my own. Why? It's about how I expected it to go. I went to try and get more than one transform attack in. And I shouldn't have. I should have just gone for one. But even then, if I had went for one, I don't think I would have been able to recover fast enough to get to not get hit. However, I don't give a shit at this moment. I want to have a freaking smoke. People put way too much emphasis on the saw cleaver like it's good, but you can't hit shit with it like you can the cane. It's just simply not... It just doesn't have the versatility in a boss fight that you want out of most weapons. Unless you know perfectly 100% what is going to happen, and you've repeated this 1,000 times, then there's no way you can guarantee anything out of the saw cleaver, especially on a monster like that. Because he can do 3 different animations, which puts his body in a completely unhittable position with that weapon, because it's too high off the ground. So you can only hit his legs and his front arms if he's not attacking. If he's attacking, you can only hit his rear legs. Whereas the cane, you can hit his face, both his arms, and one of his legs at the same time, and get a ridiculous amount of beasthood for little to no effort. Granted, I can't get beasthood that high right now because I'm saving up fucking insight so I can buy another blood rock. So that's also hindering my damage. I don't know, like I said, I wish I didn't suck as much. I do need to get 99 arcane though. I need to stop leveling up normal damage stats because that does not matter right now. I have plenty of damage for any point in the game. If I need to, I can just put 25% attack gems on one weapon and just stack it. But it'll only last for one fight before it'll break. So I just use 20%ers. Those extra 5% would only increase the damage by like 20 anyways. I'm at a comfortable AR right now, although my AR with Ludwigs and stuff like that could be much higher if I had better scaling. It's kind of why I haven't been prioritizing using it. Because even though the cane is a skill weapon, you don't need a lot of stats to make it useful. Even still, if I didn't have the stats that I have now, the cane would still be one of my probably more used weapons. It just wouldn't be hitting for 300 to 400 damage a hit normally on enemies, which is what you want without cursed gems. Because it currently has no cursed gems or any weird gems in it. It just has straight 20% gems that are from just the normal cursed and rotted through marrow ill chalices and the is chalice as well for the triangle. And then you find a chalice that has one of the beast type enemies in it, and you can farm those for good tempering blood triangles. I see people tell people to farm by going back to the hunter's dream sometimes, and that's the incorrect, inefficient way to farm. You should always farm using bold hunter's marks. It's way faster. Especially in chalices, it's way faster to bold Hunter's Mark. To give you an example, I'll do it right here. I mean, I figure this would be normal, but I still see people farm by going to the Hunter's Dream instead of doing this. There you go. It's so much faster to just bold Hunters. Why would you ever do Hunter's Dream? Even before, like, loading screens were patched, if you play, like, the 1.0 version of this game, if you have a disc and an outdated console, I feel so bad. Just for the loading screens, because not only do the loading screens not have text on them or anything, it's also just a blank screen that says Bloodborne. And actually, I don't even remember it saying Bloodborne on it, if I remember. It's just a black screen. With the little, like, Bloodborne loading symbol on the bottom right. Like Souls games. Although Souls games always had text on items. That was the weird thing about Bloodborne. Although I kind of feel that they did it in Bloodborne to prevent spoilers, in a way. Because you can be super spoiled on items in this game before you've even gotten to the remote part of the game where you can access it. Like, if you got a loading screen right off of the beginning of Hunter's Dream that showed you, like, the whirligig saw, and you're like, where do I get that? And it's not until, like, halfway through, maybe even 3/4 of the way through the game, that you actually get the whirligig saw. If you even go to the DLC in your first playthrough and figure out how to access it and don't have to look up online. If you even know that there's DLC for Bloodborne. I know people who played through this blind that never even knew there was DLC, that just got the base version from the PS Plus but never got the DLC. Back when it was free last year anyways. One second though, I need to use the bathroom and then I'll continue trying. I'm gonna summon though. Actually, I'll put the summon up now. That guy did fuck all for damage. I'm dead. Oh, he had the fire on his weapon. Cool. You are a noob. You'll go empty. Really missing a giant fucking monster. Blood rock. .50 strength scaling. I don't even know what I want my next plus 10 to be. I don't think I'll be completing this chalice anytime soon. And I've lost, like, in the past 2.5 to 3 hours, I've lost, like, 2.5 million souls or something ridiculous. I'm just waiting for them to die in one hit. If my stupid fucking co-op summon didn't just walk off and do whatever the fuck he wanted to do, like most of them do. God, why is half of the Souls community who co-ops just utter brain-dead fuckheads who love walking off on their own? Why? Why are you co-oping if you don't want to fucking help the person? Go play the fucking game on your own side, retard. Jesus Christ. Like, I know where to go. Very rarely do you find me lost in a chalice. Because I know all the parts that make them up, for the most part. The only differences for me are combinations. But the way that they are combined is always in a specific manner in which you can go almost directly straight to the thing if you know what doors to look out for, because specific doors denominate where you go and what is behind that door. I know it's like a little bit hard for some people to understand, and that's why they have so many problems with chalices. But loot doors that are within a chalice but are not a bonus area are graded. They have holes in them. Whereas doors to go to the area where the lever is are solid doors. And you can also have the solid doors be in between the red doors that go to these rooms, like this right here, that type of door that's in front of my character right now. That type of door you can find behind a normal solid door, but that's because it's a main way. It's not a secondary or alternative passage. And you can test this theory out in any amount of chalices. You're only going to be able to find a couple combinations of rooms which don't require you to go through one of those solid brown doors to access the switch. And those are normally in chalices that have darkened out rooms where the doors are missing and not existent. Like I said, you have to know the variants, and that way you can know what to look out for. But it is by no means hard to learn where to go in chalices. It's only hard to learn where to go in chalices if you don't understand how procedural generation works. It's the difference in between someone who can play Binding of Isaac and find secret rooms on most floors, and the difference in between someone who just places a bomb in a corner and just hopes that it's where the secret room is. I'm the guy who's like, oh, there's 3 rooms connected on this side and none of them have holes or gaps near the walls, so logically speaking it should be in this spot. And that's how my brain analyzes chalice dungeons, is in the exact same way. If X room is the first room, which then leads to this room, then X room will always be the switch, no matter what. And doors are one of the things in the chalices that you can always use as a guide. Like I said, it's not always true with certain combinations of rooms that either use tunnels or doorless entryways where there would normally be a door in other versions of that same hallway. because each hallway has like 3 to 4 different versions of it. And some of them just don't have the door there. The door is just removed. But if the door was there, it would be a normal solid door. Again, you can just tell by where it is. And I'm not trying to blow smoke up my own ass. I'm just trying to say it as a thing, because a lot of people play Bloodborne and go, oh, the randomized parts of the chalices are bad, when they're talking about the shared fixed chalices, which are the same every single time, even though they're not random. And then when it comes to the random chalices, they're like, yeah, but I hate having to fuck around with them. And it's like, for me, they're super straightforward. Like I said, there are a couple versions of chalices where you'll see me running in circles. But a lot of the time when I'm running in a circle, and it's why I never, like, say a whole lot about it, I'm running in circle to memorize those combinations of rooms. So when I end up in that similar situation, I can be like, there, that's where to go. And I don't even have to think about it. Because again, there's certain combinations which only go together specific ways. Also, you can go ahead and clear. No, go ahead. If you want to walk ahead, go ahead. Go clear out the entire dungeon. Come on, go do your job. If that's what you want to do, go do your job, bud. Since you don't want to be a co-op, you don't want to be a cooperator. Yep. I don't mind. Go and do it. Die in the process and then get resummoned. I'll play Bloodborne the Asmongold way. Since people don't want to be legitimate cooperators, they just want to be, hey, let me run in front of you and clear every single thing out and then wait for you at the end of the chalice. And you're like, why isn't he doing anything? Go. Come on, bud. Go. Go clear it out. Come on, bud. You didn't want to be a cooperator before. What's your deal now? All of a sudden you care where I'm located? Come on. This is what I love. I do this to people all the time as well. This guy has been in my game 4 separate times, and every single time this guy has been in my game, he's ran in a different direction than me, and I've either died or gotten killed by some random thing that got aggroed to either one of us, and he's just like fucked off doing something else. And I'm just sitting there like, this is why I don't fucking play. I don't summon, I just am a co-opper. So I can be the guy that people actually like to get summoned because he follows the person around. What are you doing, nerd? Go. Go that way. Clear out this dungeon, my minions. Go this way. Do you understand? Go. Clear it out. Since you don't want to be a cooperator, go and clear it out. Do your job. Since you can't do your job normally. I'm sure this other guy is a great cooperator, but yeah, why would I contribute when I can die? When I can die in a second because my cooperators ignore me. I know I'm getting like so self-centered right now. I can easily clear these dungeons. The problem... See, there you go. There's a good example. Frank Rod has died. How long until the other person dies? Well, there you go as well. I don't know, it's so hilarious to me, and this is why I like streaming, because if I said this in a YouTube comment, or said this in like a Reddit post to someone talking about like shitty cooperators, and I agreed with them, and a bunch of people downvoted me because they don't like it when people actually are honest or real at all. I love it, because now I get to have video recordings of the kind of shit that I always talk about online. Where it's like, everyone talks about how they love to co-op in these games, and how half of the reason they co-op, but almost every other D-bag is the same person who just runs ahead when they co-op. It's the same thing in Neo. Every other person is a complete D-bag, and when you have two people that you co-op with, you could get one that is a good cooperator, but the other guy ruins it for that guy. In Neo, for example, you'll have people who get summoned, they'll do a gesture, and they'll just run and one-shot all the enemies, because they don't want to have to waste their time in a low-level guy's game. And the low-level guy doesn't even get to play the game for like 5 to 10 minutes straight. But it's just hilarious to me. Everyone says that this kind of shit doesn't happen. Where it's like, everyone loves to act like every single cooperator is the shining star of the world. Because half the people who voice their opinions on the internet, like I said, in YouTube comments and on Reddit and stuff like that, don't play the game regularly anymore, and haven't. They just talk about it. If you co-op in these games with more than 5 to 10 people, and you somehow manage to come across 10 people who didn't just run where there weren't any one of those 10 people who didn't just run in front of you, or run in a complete different direction than you did, ignoring what you're doing. They assume because you're asking for help that you want them to do everything. When I'm only asking for help because I need people to clear out the freaking meat so that I can get to the actual shit in the dungeon. I mean, I can death run to the switches all day, but I'm still missing a couple runes. Although I think most of those runes I get from like Hintertomb and shit like that. And they're all like low-level lake runes. But I don't think I've ever had a character in Bloodborne that had 100% of everything on them. And I wanted to get to that point eventually. Go that way. I don't think a lot of people realize that this is like a super cursed chalice. Where if I go with them and I take a hit, I die. And I can't deal with dog enemies when I don't have HP. I can't deal with them. It's physically impossible to deal with the stupid gray dogs when you don't have HP. Unless you just gun them from full HP to nothing. There was the guy who was co-oping with me. And again, I'm sorry to sound so self-absorbed when I'm talking about co-op in these games, because I'm honestly not. I'm the opposite kind of person. If you've watched me for any length of time, you know I'm a person who prefers to be a cooperator and not the co-op-y. Because I can't stand dealing with other people. It's one of my worst qualities in real life as well. It's why I don't play online games that much. And I don't really play with other people, because other people can drive me mad from time to time. With some exceptions. I do play with Hyro often whenever he lets... Well, I shouldn't say he lets me play. Whenever he's online and he gets to play. Help! Cooperator! Fuck it, death run. I just want what's in it. Just give me what's in it. Whatever. So tired of dealing with lousy cooperators. I know it's not necessarily easy, because they still get cursed HP, but they don't get as low a HP as I do. They can actually take a hit or two. I can't. Oh my god. Are you serious? Thanks for luring the enemy here, guy. Again, I love cooperators, dude. They're the fucking best. The dude didn't have to run out there and lure the enemy, but he did. There's the idiot that got me killed right there. Is he gonna come back? God. Why the fuck you co-oping in chalices if you can't be patient enough to wait for two people? Souls community. Showing off why even in the one aspect where they're not put against each other, it's still one of the most insufferable things to deal with. Well, I'll have to try again another time. Oh, I just realized it's because I put my small resonant bell up instead of my beckoning bell. Whatever. We weren't gonna beat it either way. I'll be back. Have a good one.